Oh, hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Wow. Oh my god, Woo. I feel weirdly... Okay, maybe not weirdly, but I do feel a little bit more energetic than usual. For some reason. I mean, for one reason that I know definitely, right? So last night was interesting because yesterday I did mention that my nightmares were a little bit bleh, right? My nightmares were a little bit bleh, so I woke up groggy, like couldn't even get as much sleep or something like that. Evie, wow, hi Evie, hi Dark Ashfur, welcome. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Wow. But yeah, I will. Hi Swift. I'm being sniffed. So yeah, I slept at about oh gosh, really early yesterday. I think I slept at the 11 p.m., which is pretty relatively early, I would say, right? Because usually I sleep at 1 or later than that sometimes, but 2 would be the latest when I sleep these days usually. But I slept at 11 and then I woke up pretty early today and I was like, feels nice, feel good, right? Feel good. And then I went to get myself some drink. Oh yeah, speaking of drinks, I didn't know there's like places where they sell like very, very affordable drinks, right? So you guys know about like boba tea, right? Like boba tea, and then usually they'll also sell like some fruit tea series, and then you can have like topics and everything, right? Those kind of shop. So usually one cup of those would sell for like would cost like, let's say the cheapest one 11 ringgit. Oh, I'll be generous, 10, right? 10 ringgit, which is non-existent, I would say, for like if I were to go to T4 or T Live or like lots of like shops like that, right? Usually they will start from 11 ringgit, which is pretty costly. And then there's We Drink, which I didn't know it existed until this morning. Each cup, big cup by the way, 6 ringgit. I have the passion fruit plus pearl plus whatever that not the cocoa thingy is. Two toppings, two toppings, big cup, passion fruit tea, passion fruit jasmine tea. Fucking 7 ringgit 70 cents. And I was like, whoa, I have been wasting thousands of money. Well, maybe not thousands, but I've been wasting a lot of money on like I used to buy T4, I used to buy T Life whenever I can, or like it's very expensive, so I couldn't really buy a lot. Not saying that I'm gonna buy a lot of We Drink, but it is a very, very affordable option that is being presented in front of me. So I won't be buying that all the time, obviously, because still, right, financially tight, not recommended to do this, right? But this morning I felt rather nice, so I figure why not, right? And then we were like driving around the place where we ate this morning. I was like, oh hey, what is this shop? There's like a wee drink over there, and I do kind of crave a little bit of like drinks, right? I mean, obviously it's in the shop's name, so we went there. Me and my mom went in there, saw the prices, couldn't believe our eyes. And then I have to like, you know, like in cartoon where you see something you don't believe, right? You rub your eyes, then you look at it again. That's what I did. I did that. Kobo did that. I rubbed my eyes. I took off my glasses. I rubbed my eyes and then look at the prices again, and then they're the same. The drinks go as cheap as 4 ringgit per cup. 4. Not even 2 times the price is the cheapest cup for T Life or T4, right? Those kind of shops. It's it baffles me a lot. I very, very surprised. Very pleasantly surprised, to say the least, right? So, yeah, I mean, I couldn't even complain there. I got myself some good drinks now, right? I'm gonna play some Warfarm because apparently there's drops on Saturday, my time. Yeah, Saturday. So there are some free drops on Saturday Twitch Warframe, and I got all of them because I left the stream open like a dum dum, but I did that anyway. Right, I left the stream open the whole night when I sleep, and then I got the drops, and apparently they are exponentially stronger than what I am right now, right? Since I'm still relatively new to the Tenno business, right? The Warframe from thingy. The gun that I got from the drop, apparently I heard it's super duper strong. And the new Warframe that I got, I think it's called Mesa Prime, I think. Mesa? I don't know. I think it's Mesa Prime. I don't know. And then I don't know what that is. To be honest, I don't know what to expect. I don't know what to expect. I only know that the gun that I got was, I heard it's pretty crazy. The weapon gun's drop is insane. Even Swift says so. Yeah, holy shit, then it's insane as fuck. If I use that gun, I abolish everything right now, I think. So, yeah, let's give it a try today. I got the free loot. Oh my god, the free loot. Where's my Warframe? There's my Warframe. Opening up Warframe. I kind of want to play back Tekken 8, but I don't have any like good controller. Unfortunately, my old PS4 controller is like close to being destroyed, so I don't think I can play Tekken as much anymore these days. I could, but I don't want to use my new controller to play Tekken, so it's a bit of an unfortunate situation. But I'll save up for a how to 42 controller. Mesa Prime is very good mostly in single target destruction. Oh, only single target destruction? I mean, Excalibur kinda is. Unless you use Exalted Blade and then you just kill everything, no? Kind of? Nah, no, melee is good. I like melee. I love melee. You will see how Mesa plays where you learn how she plays. Can I have trans-colored Mesa?
New strength creates new weakness.
Oh, hey, it's you.
Can you balance these opposing forces?
Oh, I have Orokin Cell? How did I get Orokin Cell? Slash damage. 2 Kama? I don't have Kama!
Tenno, your codex has been updated with a new quest.
1 front line? Oh, there it is. Mesa Prime. And then there's the Halvu. Hi, malicious magpie. Oh, welcome. Alright, oh my god. Let's go have a look. Doki. Oh my god, Doki. That was loud. I love you. Swap here, right? This one. Cast the long shadow with this little enforcer featuring altered mod polarities for greater customization. Oh, that looks like a cowboy hat, no? Oh, cowgirl hat, I'm sorry. More health, less shield, a lot less armor. A little bit more energy, a little bit more sprint speed. Huh. Nice. Ooh, wait, that looks
Ordis
good
wonders,
though.
why is he here? Ordis supposes everyone has to be somewhere.
Or maybe not that bright of a yellow, but ooh. Ooh.
Strange. Ordis did not see the value of those photonic wavelengths until now.
What's the emissive? But I don't see emissive, but it's okay. Energy? Oh. Mesa Prime? Don't I have Mesa Prime? I can change the Mesa? Oh, Mesa Prime looks crazy. Okay, actually. Auxiliary? Oh, I can still use this one. Copy main color? Oh yeah, I can still wear this one. Oh, that's accents. Accents has to be this color now. That's secondary. Important stuff. And then primary is... I mean, good enough. Oh, I should probably change it from blue to white. Oh, this one. Primary is the middle one, right? It's not as obvious, but I'll take it. Very nice. Also, I've been using Dragoon for a little bit. Man, I kinda like the golden accents too, holy shit. This gun sucks though. Coronas is as basic as it gets. The one, oh, it's main. Ruthless barrage of sentient artillery from this instrument of death. Outfire splits the weapon apart into separate rifle. Expanding its devastation by tracking up to 4 targets at once, consuming more ammo per shot. Trekking? 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 Oh my goodness, trekking? Ooh, oh my god, that looks good. Holy shit. Kobo one checking. Oh my, why there's so much? What? 34? What happened? What the fuck is this critical chance? I mean, I'll take it. 62.5 crit chance. And then I have Vital Sense. Can I upgrade this? Oh my god. Oh, it's so much endo. Oh. Yeah, okay, there we go. We have 9 more. We need some elemental damage, I guess. Cryo rounds? Oh, maybe get Serration. Sentient? Tau increase the status chance of all subsequent attack by up to 100% with multiple stacks. Tau? Let's get Serration. Holy fucking shit, then. No, wait, this is insane. 0.4 second? What? An accelerator installed already, which doubles the more capacity. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, okay. Its status. Oh, it does like no other. Oh wait, no, the damage is here. Wait, crit chance 50%? Crit chance 62 point. Oh, this is when it's auto. Oh, oh, there's 2 different. Oh, what? Oh, that's so weird. So it went from 62% to 50%. Alternate fire, I assume burst is the alternate fire one? With tracking? With 150 150 magazine? Plus 5%, so it's 158. That doesn't do much. We have 4 more. Point strike, it's already there. Impact? It doesn't add anything. Weird. Well, I'll put it like this for now.
Well put together, operator. Now get out there and
Cut down the...
make the Lotus proud.
Orma. Dual Zoren Prime. Oh yeah, I have some of the guns here that I haven't claimed or me. Yeah. I also want Quasus Prime. The base damage puncture / impact can only be increased if they're there already. Oh, so the gun doesn't do any damage? Question mark? Oh, sorry, doesn't do puncture / impact damage at all? That's weird. Oh wait, I forgot one more thing. Yeah. Steel fiber. Seven. Oh, there it is. Fast deflection. Equilibrium. Cardis Carapace. Killing an enemy with a heavy attack reduces enemy accuracy against Warframe by 10%. Grant immunity to static effects for 2 seconds. Plus 9% armor, 3% health. Isn't this really strong? Like even the mod has like a little marking to it. Only is a special towel damage. Okay. I want it. I want to upgrade it as well. Whoa. Oh. Oh, I want maximum that one. Oh. Oh my god, there's a lot of ammo drum. This should be enough. Nice, 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 nice. Kobo is gonna become so tanky, I'm gonna go crazy. That's a lot of armor. That's a lot of health. Oh my god. Heck, is Tenno Bolt Tenno. Drain energy to stop lethal damage with 40% efficiency. Oh. I have one more. This continuity? Also, hi Solar. Have you looked what your third ability does? No, I haven't looked at any ability yet. Nice setting a mod thing that lets you select all mods except one of each. Oh, there is? Streamline. Steel charge. Squad receives 10%. Oh, oh, aura. Oh, aura is that. Oh, okay, okay. While blocking? Sprint speed? What? 5% slide minus friction? Oh, it becomes 13. Steel charge is notable for a funny reason. It is one of the very rare 9 value aura. But it's 4. Oh, maximum upgrade? Is 9 significant? How much is streamer bomb? 7. Ah, one of the very rare, not very rare as a mod, I mean. Oh, so very rare for like 9. Oh, wow, okay. Ogre message. Ability duration, 40% enemy energy spent on abilities converted to shield. Oh my god. That's pretty cheap. Oh, it doesn't add this one. Yeah. How much is this one? Yeah, sure. Fusion conflict would exit for Excalibur. I'm not using Excalibur anymore. 2 aura mod that gives 9. Wow, pretty. Look. So pretty. Look at the shiny. So shiny. So shiny. Oh my god. And Kobo is very, very happy. Pretty fucking cool, Kobo. Oh. Oh my god, Brian. Oh my god. Also, hi, Brian. Hi, Bert. Riz her. Oh, and Kobo's gonna get rizzed. Ooh. Let's go. Heck yeah. I think we try out some of these. Oh yeah, let's try out with confronting the scepter for this one. Let's go. How Brian doing good? Memphis blueprint. Ooh. Chat, this is a fucking 10 out of 10 on our screens. And Kobo's gonna get rizzed up. What the fuck are we doing here? I'm chilling with the board. Alright, let's beat that. Let's beat that. Book a flight right fucking now, bro. To Malaysia and super duper hot. Oh my god. Let's be in the Malay airport. I mean, how that'll be amazing, but also ooh, I don't know where to bring you. Miri has nothing. Oh yeah? Have you checked out my new gun? Oi. I'm Mesa Prime, get out of here. I'm the best. Show me the birds, then show me the bees. I wanna see your home. The birds and bees, what am I doing? The birds and the bees. Oh, speaking of bees, I mean, it's not necessarily bee. But there was some hornet nest behind my house. It's okay, Brian. I feel very rizzed up. And Kobo feels very rizzed up. You drank water today? What? Drink water good? What do you mean, sorry? Money. Solid and thirsty? Oh, only mildly thirsty for oh, that's what it means. Oh, that's what that means. What's going on? Why are they cutscene? Oh my, what the fuck?
Yes, and of course we've saved the best for last. Excellent condition, as you can see. Now keep in mind, the core components will be diverted to the Senuka program. Bidding begins at 3 million. Good luck, gentlemen. May our ledgers become ocean, our margins sea centauri. In the name of profit, I commit thee to the void.
Damn. That's pretty. That's
Sorry. Artists will play with the volume off.
I don't know if that's kinky though. If it's not deaf, then it's pretty kinky. If you it depends if you have a it's the dismemberment makes me feel like it's super duper fucked up. Without the dismemberment,
What's on your
then
mind, dreamers?
yeah. Welcome to pre-character development.
Coming up next.
Alright, there's something I want to do today. I want to go Mars again. I want to do Tasis, and I want to go to Maru Bazaar. Because apparently there's a lot of things that requires me to go to Maru Bazaar, so I'm going there today. Unfortunately, most of this character development happened in past special events. Alat V? You mean the one that's getting locked up just now? Oh my god, the golden looks good. Holy shit.
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
Do I have all the ability already? So you see this next time you see the story missing about 3 different events worth of context? Oh. Plus 25 ability? Oh, ability not unlocked yet. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, who needs
You've
ability?
got to find a terminal. Proceed and prepare.
When I have Havlu and my knife. You don't have to regain abilities when you 4 mile frame. You unlock your ability and the upgrade is set to 30 the first time. You don't have to regain abilities when you 4 mile a frame. I don't know what 4 mile a frame means.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Ballistic battery.
Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position.
I don't like CDOS. Or the gun that I'm using it right now. I also don't like it when the dog does that. I have a girly pop uniform. I know, it's so good. Obituary is a popular format, I guess. It's not not worth worrying about until you get up to them. Yeah. I mean, currently this is my second Warframe, which I got from a free loot, by the way. So, I don't know. You look like a Japanese idol. Kobo looks so cool. Oh my god. It's all trans-colored, right? But I don't really have the white as shown, but it's all trans-colored. Trans Warframe real?
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Oh my god, I cannot aim with this gun. It's so weird. It's like mega... I hate this gun. It's too much of a recoil for a handgun.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
The more the dog does that, the more I hate dog. Well, in this game anyway. I love dogs, but the dog's action in this game is so weird.
Terminal hacked. Keep moving.
It's way easier. Not sure you figure out yet, but recoil tends to hit the maximum point. I do know about like a maximum point of recoil. Once I hold it in, it's up about until that point and then it stops. It's like at the start it shoots slow. I don't like it. And then it jumps way up. And then it's really hard to aim with it. I guess it would be easy if it's like a camera recoil, but I don't want too much
Stay
camera
focused.
movement.
There's a heavy unit approaching. I'm detecting a large security force heading your way. It's the Grenier.
It's the Grenier. 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 Small fight. Once you mod the Kubro claws a bit more, dog will probably start actually killing stuff with the charge. I sure hope so. The charge just makes me miss all the shot, and the charge doesn't do any damage. And it's like, what? And then it feels like when dog does the charge, and when enemies are getting charged ED, when they're getting stunned by the charge, I cannot do any damage to them. It's so bad. Shooting gallery. Regulators Prime. That's a lot of level up. Oh my god, thanks for being blind. I can destroy this, right? Ah. You can check your abilities in that menu. Power store damage caused by gun. When triggered again, the damage is channeled through the next gunshot. Ew. Extra grant ally extra damage while jamming the guns of nearby enemy. Shift between team members. Oh, jam their gun. Oh my god. Shatter shield. Barrier of energy refilling back incoming blow. Oh my god. Peacemaker. Intense focus. Draw her regular pistol. Shooting down her foes in rapid succession. That looks fun. Okay. So I don't know if it gives myself though. Need more energy? Oh, okay. That's easier. Kobo slept well, but I feel so sluggish today. Weird. That doesn't make sense. I shouldn't be feeling sluggish.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh. What? Look at the griefer! What the heck? I'm so angry. Oh, I have like no shield. Oh, even headshot doesn't do as much damage. There's a lot of... Yeah, a lot of loot downstairs. powerful. You need to alert them. Brings a less shield from this right place, so that's part of it after mission. I alerted them, but then the dog alerted them. I can always just walk up to them and then they don't see anything. Only when the dog does the charge, it's like griefing. Like, ayoy! You walked into them? Was the problem physical into enemy alerts when even when stealth? I could have just pressed E every damn time, but when I use dog, I can't.
Terminal spotted. Upload me
Aye,
and prepare
oi.
to defend.
Fuck Steph kills, man. No, it's too early for a crash out. I'm gonna change back to Texon. Texon's way better.
I'm in, Tenno.
Like, it's not even that I want to physically walk into them. I need to walk to them so that I can stealth kill them. But when the dog does the thing, alerts, when the dog does like a little growl, and then charge at them, and then I cannot stealth kill, it's like, oh my god, there's dog here, holy shit.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
I forgot yellow is enemy. I can never get used to my yellow health bar being the enemy health bar. And then red health bar is friendly health bar. Yeah, but you walk right to which list them, so don't angles there and don't attack them. Are we really?
We are finished here. Move on.
Like I could stealth kill every single enemy when I could stealth kill all enemy when I don't use dog, I use Taxon. I can just stealth kill, like, oh yeah, just
Watch
snap
yourself.
or stealth
Premier
kill
are
them.
on the way.
I do the same thing. I walk in front of them. Well, not in front. I walk to the back. Ah, see? Walao eh. I'm not even gonna try stealth kill, whatever. Are we going? Oh, we're going down. Okay.
Here is a terminal. Get me in and get ready to defend.
And dog literally went into them, and that I don't think that's my fault. When dog is not in front of me, I could do it. Wow, easy.
This will take a moment.
Oh, they just lose all my shield. Ooh, that's kinda spicy.
Still working on it. Continue to defend. The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
I think I just did extra damage. It went from 30 something to 50 something? There's one looking at me, that's on me. Nice double. I kind of feel bad using Halufu. I feel like Halufu is way too strong, no? That Jupiter Junction, I melted that Spectre. Is the plan today mostly solo, doing some grind, since I know you're doing mapping mostly solo? After Maru's Bazaar, and I'll see what I'm gonna do after. I don't know about grinding, to be honest, since I'm almost out of relics, and I kind of want to do Void Fisher endless missions together. I think that's much better. I don't want to like do like non-Void Fisher mission because it would be like too easy, I feel like, so. Yeah, it is. It's a more boring kind of grind, and I don't want to like really bore y'all with like the simple stuff. Oh, okay, that's bad. Who knew the fan blade kills? Regulators Prime? What even is do I even have Regulator Prime? Less boring when you do a good grind with friends, but also keeping mapping is good. So hopefully is what's known as Exalted ability. Regular Prime is your Exalted weapon. Oh, so Regulator Prime is my 4? Like Excalibur's blade? Oh. Oh, those are like separate levels? Hmm. What? That's normal. Oh. Oh. Which equips a unique weapon you already used on it. If you haven't been modding Excalibur's Exalted Blade itself, you'll be missing out. I mean, I've been upgrading, putting mods in. I assume that's what that's what it is. I put mods to Exalted Blade, but I never knew what it does.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
So that mod that mod is only for Exalted Blade. So when I do anything else, it doesn't appear. Two Ayatansian star though, crazy. Charge the target dragon and dealing 30%. Cloak yourself and master within 14 meters. Heal your companion with melee hits. Excess healing grants overguard. You should level that up. It will start doing terrible damage if you level it. What if I don't just give it? Don't charge, you know, so that I can do fucking I could do some stealth kills. Would be nice. Calculated redirection. Oh, okay. It will bulldoze enemy at your level. Well, I have 10 endo, so I have 10 endo.
Everything in orders, operator? Is that a pun? I will attempt to bypass this fault.
Is there like I don't see an action button, so I assume I have to like do it one by one, which is fine by me. I mean, it's honestly no big deal. It doesn't really take too long to do this. How much is that? 480? That's not bad. Yeah. Alright, dog. I'll give you one more chance. It's not this one, right? The companion act freely as they see fit, stagger snippy within 2 meters while moving. That's what it is! When the dog moves, it staggers the enemy, and then they are alerted, obviously, because something something staggered me. Obviously, I'm gonna get alerted. That's why I cannot do. Oh, you! You're a dog. I cannot stay mad at you. You're so cute. I fucking love you and I hate you at the same time. God damn it. Here, do your thing, alright, doggy? I love you. Sorry for getting mad at dog. Anything that I can change? Do you have no claw mods? No. I mean, you saw I don't have any. Concussion round. No return puncture. Oh, it already does puncture. Impact. Hornet strike. Oh, it does. Oh, it needs 8. Slash. Oh, it doesn't give slash. Magazine capacity. Oh, that's something. Where Hornet Strike, it gun do damage? So no pistol gambit? It gun do damage? I'll draw quick draw for Hornet Strike. But 2-second reload drop gambit? Plus an elemental? Big bullet. Fire? Oh, 2-second reload, no. Oh, I'm doing pure damage for this one. And Kobo has big brain. This one really feels pretty crazy, this one. I must look at Voruna. That's a really cool design. Alright, I think we go to Maru Bazaar and see what's going on here. Come. Maru Bazaar, come. At some point you should sit down and teach you the deeper complexities of modding. Oh no! Kobo cannot sit down and listen to teachings. Hi. I have a dog. Yo, Salusi.
Hey, did you hear, Tenno? I'm turning everyone's Iatan treasures into Endo. Interested?
Were you the one talking?
Hey, welcome to my bazaar. Tenno from all over the system come here to trade. Need any pointers? Selling, are we? Okay then, find a shady spot near the tree and let everyone know you're here. If someone sees something they like, it's time to start negotiating. If you're looking for Maru's Bazaar, you've come to... So you're buying? That's nice. Keep a lookout for Tenno with something to sell. And remember, only suckers pay the first price.
What? This is player-to-player trading because Flow of Warfare is not auction house. All trading is direct player-to-player. That's gonna weird. I guess they promote. They're trying to promote.
Whatever Tenno and Dax may have been to one another in the past, that... Stand up straight now. Let me look at you.
What?
Might want to refine any relics you get. For luck.
Sisada? Ooh, Castellan Prime Kavat. I don't have a Kavat. Gara Prime. Ooh. Titania Prime. Ooh. Whoa. Regal Aya. Available from the market, Varzia uses Regal Aya to reconstruct Prime Warframes and equipment. Oh. Purchase Regal Aya. Huh? 3 for 46 ringgit? What the fuck? That is
Good.
daylight robbery.
Don't rush into things.
Ayata?
Whippings, massacres, executions, all their favorite memories. That's what the Orokin use those pretty Ayatans for. Channeling Aya, the essence of memory. I just love watching Maru melt them down, erasing the Orokin piece by piece. Some things deserve to be forgotten. Forever.
Guess you're a little bit too into that, no? Aya?
Orokin sequencing medium. Pricks used it to archive everything.
Aya is
Memories,
optimal in
evidence,
game. Regal Aya
warframes.
is premium. Oh.
The Orokin can rot in their own filth. But those prime frames, they deserve to live again. And Regal Aya can make that happen. With Regal Aya, this foundry can reconstruct you a prime warframe yanked straight from my time. As real as my pretty face in front of yours. No guesswork.
I didn't.
Don't go leaving anything unsaid.
How, is there a way to get Regal Aya other than paying money? I don't think so, right? Why do I have to think of that Champion Ayaya music thing? I don't know. She understands it by figuring out buying her. She has some hilarious idol voice lines. No? Only money? Okay, fair enough. So Maru Bazaar is kind of useless then. To me, for currently. Other than like player-to-player trading, but doubt that I have anything to sell. With my current level, I have nothing. Or the things that I have, obviously people have 10,000 of them. Alright, let's leave here. There's the weekly Ayatan sculpture hunt. Trading is prime part mainly. Go to market. Look up Mesa heirloom. Mesa heirloom. Whoa! But shiny but. Wow. Mesa heirloom skin. But holy shit, she's caked up. Holy fucking shit. That is some caked up cake. Complete Saturn Junction, Jupiter. What? I did everything. What did I do? Enhance durability? Oh, archway.
Operator, the sentients are not laughing at my jokes. Did they adapt to my humor?
Neural sensors. Fully scan the skill enemy type to add it to the codex. Dissolve 5 mods. I dissolve more than 100 mods, I feel like. But free endo. Yeah, I did Archwing 2 days ago. Enter the junction and defeat the Ember Spectre to unlock. Complete mission the Mistore. Unlock path to junction. This is to Saturn. Oh, this one. I see it. Okay. Oh, I'm here to Deimos. And then this is Europa. Of course, there's Europa. 2025? That feels pretty strong. What is this? Alert? Baroque Kitia. Tenocon Relay? Trader? Void Trader? Invasions? Event? What? Do those gifts from the Lotus Alert? The second one you might not be able to. Which one is a Lotus Alert? Alert? This one? Oh, gift from Lotus. Or can reactor blueprint? Oh, huh? How do I? Oh fuck. Oh shit, what? Am I gonna get killed in one shot?
We have located the enemy's planetary communication towers. Capture the towers
tower?
and remain in control long enough to decode incoming messages.
Oh my god, they're really tough. Coiling Viper whips. Okay, I didn't know I'm doing this.
Tower captured. Beginning stream decode now. This tower is ours now.
Holy fucking shit, this is a crazy gun.
Tower online.
He's getting...
Tower lost. You have captured a radio tower.
See? It's okay, give it to them. Unless...
We have lost control of a tower. You have captured a radio tower.
Oh wait, they got B.
We are in total control. Keep fighting. The enemy have taken a tower. You must recapture it.
I guess it's not as tracking as I thought. Let's bring back to Otto.
We are dominating. Keep it up.
We go middle.
The enemy have captured a tower.
Damn! They're getting B?
The enemy have taken a tower. You must recapture it. Tower captured. Beginning stream decode now. We have control of all 4 towers.
Not
We
anymore.
have lost control of a tower.
Where's A? Oh, we lost D as well? Holy shit. They're so fast.
Tower online.
GG.
Tower lost.
It's so closed off, this map, that I cannot protect one
This
from the
tower
other
is ours
point.
now. We have control of all 4 towers. The enemy have captured a tower. We have lost control of a tower. Tower online.
Oh my god.
We are dominating. Keep it up. The enemy have captured a tower. We have successfully decoded the message. Clear the area.
Very good alert. Cole, can I help jump you through jump scare kill thing that makes another spoiler?
Try and capture another signal. Be careful though. The enemy has surely rallied stronger reinforcements.
Can I not extract? Oh shit. I thought just one and then I can extract. I guess this one's different.
Tower captured. Beginning stream decode now.
Okay, B is here. Already?
This tower is ours now.
Oh my god. I guess they really want C.
The enemy have taken a tower. You must recapture it. You have captured a radio tower. Tower lost. Tower online. Tower captured.
Oh my god, they're
Beginning
capturing
stream
both A
decode now.
and C? Okay, we didn't lose it.
We have lost control of a
Oh, we
tower.
lost C.
You have captured a radio tower.
Which one is it? Alarm A? Oh my god, that's not how to go A. and B. The fucking trees, I swear to God.
Tower lost.
Does the kobo have a clan in the game? I joined Solar's clan about dragons, I think. Yeah.
This tower is ours now.
How the fuck am I supposed to capture 4? Also, hi Maxi Birch. Oh, we captured this one. Okay, okay. Oh, I didn't lost that one. Okay, okay.
We are in total control.
Thank
Keep
goodness.
fighting.
Holy shit, was strong. This gun is so fucking strong. Holy shit, that's crazy. Oh my god. Going to be... Oh wait, they're trying to take C. Okay. What? Oh. Is crazy strong. This software is fucking good and clever for playing together. This week we're fucking good, so once you are done with this, can I steal you?
We have decoded the message. The remaining enemies must not report back to their command. Eliminate everyone.
Take D. Wow. Trying to take my dragon? I think that's it. Any more? I don't think it's... Oh, okay.
Good work today. Not only have we decoded the enemy transmissions,
Coiling
also disrupted
Viper.
their communications.
Powerful arcing? Arcing? Oh, it's for whips. That's a whip weapon? I got Orokin Catalyst. Oh, blueprint, yeah. Qualify for mastery rank test. Oh, I can mastery.
Flattery charges my battery. Some people ask where they can send me gifts. Some want to take me out to dinner. One lonesome old rail agent even asked Nora to marry him. Nora ain't the marrying kind, but thank you. Was in love once with a man. Face of an angel. Morals of a chainsaw. We all have a type, don't we? Against which we must be forever on guard. But damn, he looked good in a suit.
That was sad. There's a lot of there's too much information. Wait, I'm being overwhelmed. Give me a second. My brain shut down. I don't know what to do now. Wait. Fuck, I'm just gonna do this one first. Whatever. Too much. I don't know what to do. When there's like a lot of things that I need to do, I just shut down. What is this? Am I just shooting the red ones? Oh, okay, okay. all this time countdown? Okay. Okay.
A formidable performance. This test is now complete. Another
Gold
job well
novice.
executed.
Do train run first so you don't have to wait around when you do not pass the test. Oh. The rank of gold novice. Nice. Okay.
Operator,
deep breath.
communications await your attention. Please check your inbox at your earliest convenience.
Deep breath. I just got blueprints. Look at blueprints first. Oh, is this a weapon? Okay. So Orokin cell makes Orokin catalyst and also Orokin reactor. But there's also a lot of things that requires Orokin cell to make though. Supercharged weaponry. This is to supercharge Warframe, Archwing, and companions. One of each? I mean, I guess it could be one of each. And I assume they used up the... Yeah, they used one blueprint, so... Once I make them, they're
Stand
gonna
by
be
while
gone.
I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grineer.
Okay. After
Error,
that...
not a number. Did the operator enjoy this witticism?
Witticism? Wait, what? There's too many things. I'm getting overwhelmed. Fuck. Oh, that's what it is. Fire magazine 100? Whoa. Slash puncture. There's a lot of capacity. I can just add more. Yeah, and I can do this. Oh yeah, heated charge. Oh, this one is like, okay. Oh, plus this one? To attack everything nearby, including allies, for a short duration. Confusion damage increases up to 550% with multiple stacks. Oh, that's what radiation does, okay. I could get Gambit. Gambit is 9, this one is 8. I assume this one goes to 5? Yeah, it's the same. And I don't think I need Sleep Magazine. I mean, it would be funny, but... Trick Mag, Ammo Maximum... Critical damage? Oh wait, I have Pistol Gambit. So this one is good. And... Perpetual Agony? Oh, it's status duration. Wasn't there like a status chance? Oh, not here, okay. So... I could use this one. Yeah, okay. Still very golden. I mean, I guess it's just golden. It's like fixed color, which is fine. Okay. Okay. I got a lot of endo actually.
Ready to kick.
Bottom.
Invited me to a game. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh. Electricity. This one doesn't add, right? Oh wait, this one does. Oh, element does, but then impact, piercing, slashing doesn't add. I like cold damage. See you to play together for clan rewards. You should take quick draw off regulators. It does nothing. Do I have quick draw on regulator? Oh, I do. Whatever. Okay. I want to see... There's another one that's locked, I think. Give me a second. Apollo Lua. Tau Forge Ember Archon Shard. Tau Forge Answer Archon. Tau Forged? And Crimson Archon Shard. Nightmare Energy Drain mod. A source of anti... No. It's locked though. It's an alert that is... Spoilers? Oh. I mean, it's locked, so good. Ceres. Oh. Do we play? I mean, I don't... What do I don't know. Okay, okay. I don't know. I mean, nothing. Oh, that's really high level. Foley's Hun. Oh, that's why I didn't do this one. We grind for relics on Phobos. I don't have Phobos yet? Oh, I could go to Phobos. Cipher blueprint. Lol. Oh, energy max. Talk to Maru in Maru's Bazaar Relay on Mars. Intensify ability strength. And I can get Kraken blueprint. What the hell? I just spawned on my own. This is a single player mission that be completed alone. You must leave your current squad if you choose to launch it now. Oh, what place do you have for Orokin Cell since you mentioned those? I don't know what drop Orokin Cell. What, like, what the... There must be a blueprint that shows like Orokin Cell somewhere. Orokin Cell. Ceres Saturn Deimos? I think I have Deimos. Yeah, I have Deimos. But what mission here I don't know. There's one defense? Vaults? What vault? What's a vault? There's no vault here. What? The things that open with keys? Void relics? Void fissure? Venus, Mars, Earth? With keys? Corrupted vault? No? That dragon keys you can get from the dojo? I show you? Okay, wait. I need a moment. Dojo? Vault needs one of 4 keys? Don't... I don't know. It's like when I'm being told 10 things in a row, I start to feel overwhelmed. Horen Deimos? Yeah, okay. Oh, did I mess up? Oh shit. Oh no, wait. Okay. I'll be talking in game. Yeah, I'll try to look at it. Yeah. It does a noise, then I would check it out. There's many loot.
Scans indicate our target is in the vicinity. Find them. Target located. Bring them in.
Oh, we need to capture that guy. Someone watched TennoCon? Yeah, I did. Well, I didn't, but I just kind of leave the stream there. Hi, Space. Each of drinking you a debuff when you have that in the item wheel. I guess I never seen those kind of things before. See, like I know like these are like important things in the future. I understand. That's why I'm trying to like go with my own pace, but when I'm being told 10 times 10 things in a row, I start to feel like super overwhelmed. Maybe I'm weak in that regard, but like I just easily feel overwhelmed, which is unfortunate, I know.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Hope space is doing good. Something almost killed me. Hurricane cell. I'm going. They just killed, right? Fear sense? How about? Oh. Wait, how do you get there? Oh no. I want this. Going to lurk now? Okay. Have a good lurk, Swift. Oh god, where am I? Doing okay, how's Kobo? Kobo feeling kind of alright. Reach the end before the door closes. Oh, I think Soul is doing the time trial. No one suspect the invisible kobold. Hi, Jirodine. What's going on? Soma Court Tom? Wow, they hurt. What was the thing Soma Court Tom?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Waypoint? Oh fuck. What? I can jump here, question mark? What? But is that a time trial is gonna jump your way up to me, then to waypoint. Is it a time trial? Let me go find Soma code for you. What's a Soma code? There's so many new things, it's getting crazy. Unlocks music for you? I have to scan this one? Derelicts found. I got another organ cell? Another organ cell? Is this something that affects drop rate? I went through so much in Daimo's quest, but I never got this much organ cell, let alone 3 in one. If you can scan those cavats, you can get genetic. The cat? I think I scanned one before. The invisible cat, I assume. Okay, I see the red now. Drop chance booster is that might help. Second one is resource deposit. Oh. I feel kind of weird about this. Feels like I didn't work for any of these. I remember looking at this door, but I don't have the key.
A pristine Orokin vault. Curious. You have the vault artifact. Let's go. The corrupted will stop at nothing to prevent that artifact from escaping. This won't be easy.
Oh, there'll be more enemy? 22 health? I mean, this is an easy quest for you. I don't see there's a problem here. I mean, that's kind of why I prefer doing endless quests instead of like exploring quests, because I'm just getting all these things for free while I didn't work for it. Free fighter character data? I don't even know what this is. I scanned my dog, I think. No, frame fighter data necros unlocked. Oh. It's probably something significant, but I didn't work for it. Oh.
Great work. I am pleased with your performance.
Ancient Fortitude? So we get a bonus clan vote? Yeah. Selected plus with a stagger with 30% chance of knockdown. Vault mods are good, some of them are. Most of them are, I assume. I feel weird. I didn't work for it. I didn't. Okay, first thing, I don't have a dragon key, and I don't know how to get them, which is fine, right? I'm sure in the future I'll know how to get them. I feel like I'm getting them too early. That's how I feel. Also, hi Zeal. I haven't played this game for 2 weeks? Steam says 53 hours. I'm in a clan with Solar, yeah. I gotta play clan people, you could be getting those from the clan. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know me being here is helping you get things, but
the intelligence profiles of the Grenier. Error, not a number. Did the operator enjoy this witticism?
oh, Zeal plays Warframe? I'm only taking you to places for... Yeah, I know. It's the vault that I've seen and the key that I don't have for now. So I assume that it's something in the future that I'll get the dragon keys. Right? Up to you if Zeal joins. 900 hours on my current account. I have 53. I am absolute baby. So that's why I'm also like very... I don't want to be like Terraria again, where... Because Terraria, what happened in Terraria is like someone bring me in the game to like god tier level, and then I don't know what I'm doing. And then once I want to experience the game on my own, I don't know what I'm doing, and I drop the game immediately. Yeah, I have watched TennoCon. Like I mean, I've been told, and I put on the stream I put the stream on while I sleep because the Mesa Prime Warframe is like 4:30 a.m. for me, so yeah.
Ah, Nathaniel ain't best pleased by the actions of some of our friends.
Carrying baby is tradition, to be fair, but I'm trying not to carry you too much. Yeah. Carrying baby is tradition, it is. You could be doing these vaults yourself. You just need to find how to get the blueprints, etc. Yeah, that's like self exploring and stuff. That's why 2 days ago, the only thing that I find help. The only thing I find help was doing I was doing defense. Yeah, I was doing defense and one interception with like Narix and Joki and Spears. I don't tend to carry that much. You just play Dante and keep you alive. You go through at your own pace. That's nice. It's not something you couldn't be doing. You actually play relics, you wanna crack them. Yeah, that. I mean, I had more. So 2 days ago, I was having them play Void Fisher defense, and we were all like doing doing the relic things, and I actually cracked quite a lot of them. That's how I get a lot of like the prime things on blueprint. Like these ones. I got a bunch of like Forma, like Dual Zoran Prime. I got that one as well. I got my favorite Kossus, but don't know how to get them, but we're gonna get there someday. Oh yeah, I also got this one as well, Truma Prime. It's just Tira. Yeah. I'm doing that probably if we go crack relics, because mobile means more drops. More votes, relic cracking, or grind for more relics on Phobos? You choose one of the three, because we need to do heaps more missions for the rewards I want. More vaults, relic cracking, grind for more relics on Phobos. See, the thing is I don't have Phobos. That's why I want to like... Alright, let me enter junction. Hashtag? Visible on profile page. $450. Oh wait, no, not inbox.
A little bird tells me that nasty old Nathaniel's got something up his sleeve for the good people of Fortuna.
Okay,
But I
done.
have it on good authority. Help is on the way. Keep the faith, people.
You cannot do Phobos, or you can unlock it and then I come along AFK while explore. When? Okay, you didn't have it. It used to be earlier in the chart. I mean, I could have it. I need to do the junction. I need to confront the Spectre, but it says single player only. You invite Zeal? Oh, Zeal coming in? Okay. I mean, I guess I was kind of trying to do open up more maps, mapping. I couldn't do junction. I made it public so I can invite. public? If we do mapping, we do that full bubbles, then I'll re-invite. Okay, let me just do the junction real quick then. You will leave your current squad if you choose to launch it now. Alright, let me go do the thing real quick then. I just kind of want to mention this is not my own pace, so I'm probably not going to enjoy this as much, alright? Alright, here we go. Ooh. Dog is down. Ooh, this thing is strong. Okay, we got dog. Stolen dreams? Was there a glyph or something?
You have new quests.
Oh,
in
new
your
quest.
codex.
Okay, okay. Find the thief Maru. Maru is thief? I have Kraken. I was about to say, I'm noticing some people aren't exactly respecting your wish to do things at your own pace. I mean, Solar, because I'm in Solar's clan, and Solar needs clan members to do things together so that they can get things. So, in a way, I guess I'm doing that. But I'm not exactly enjoying this as much. All right, let me see that. So, Solar Dreams is another main quest, right? Oh, it's a side quest. Okay, okay. Oh, so it's like another Saya's Vigil. I kind of want to like just quickly go through Cronus, and then I'm pretty sure I have another things that's being built right now.
If lost upon the plains outside Cetus, you may derive sustenance from
Yeah,
mineral
Opex.
cleanse termite droppings, which
I
the
have-
Ostrons call Ito Da. You may also never form a consonant again, but at
I have
least you will not be
Opex,
dead.
and I want to like finish Cronus because I have stands for Fist and Fence, I think.
Excellent armaments, operator.
Yeah.
Please return covered in blood.
Roundhouse attacks and Leaping Fist. I cannot wait to do that. I cannot wait to do fucking fist everything again after Cronus. You can pick missions still, so we can keep doing things at your pace. Doing that was because you were out of Orokin Cell. Yeah, I don't mind like going to. I feel like getting Orokin Cell is like doing defense missions or endless missions to get Orokin Cells and stuff. But Orokin Cells is fine. Dragon Vault is a bit of a problem because it's something that I have no access to. Alright, guess we're going to Phobos. I mean Saturn we already, yeah, we need to go, but this one is like after, I guess. So you need for future. Oh. that's Whisper. Alright, Rocher. Oh, do I need to press start as well? Basically, a victory warfare is figuring out to do more than one thing at once. I guess, but I mean, since I'm just 53 hours in, I'm still feeling like overwhelmed. Your teammate? Oh. I'm just gonna Cronus my way to victory. Belong? Guess it can be a loot goblin still. That's a lot of loot boxes.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Check into terminal. Oh, are these enemies?
Ahem, good girl. That is all.
Was that free energy?
Your crowns
Bio
are
gas
safe
barrel.
in my grasp, oh fathers. Protect me!
Hmm. What? What happened? Did I kill that guy? Frame fighter character data? I guess it's gone. There was 600 meters away, there's something. Wait, it's there again? What the fuck? I don't think that's safe. $600 this way? Oh, fire.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Looks like heavy activity ahead.
Is there something? Reset alarm? We even need to reset alarm? I don't think we should. I feel like resetting alarm would just have less enemies. What?
Broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Loot room? No loot? Oh. Hmm? That was a shiny. Hmm? Oh, there was more shiny. was there another one? I'm ready to go.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tana.
Oh, plastic. Wait, don't I need plastic to craft something? Wait, no, I think it's like one of the... Cipher? All used for auto-hacking the lockdown control panels? I don't need that. Wow, everything, almost everything needs Orokin cell. Oh, it says I mastered this one. Maybe I can just sell the blueprint. Huh?
Do you remember the old war, Operator? Ordis seems to have misplaced those memories.
I don't think there's anything else I need to do for now. I guess we can continue doing Phobos. What about defense or spy? Or spy is to extract the thing. Eh. Mobile defense. I mean, Phobos is kind of a spinny one. I guess we could do spy first. My WP time now? Hmm? That's where the Granum crown came from? Plastids are used for a lot. I feel like everything is used for a lot, yeah. Oh, that was during a mission? During the mission, I wasn't even looking at the chat as much. You get very little but need very much. I think this one is the first time I got some plastids.
Your mission is to break into enemy data vaults and steal any intelligence files you find.
I think this one we probably should reset the alarm. 1 volt each? This option is to turn timestamps on? Oh. I guess we could.
Be on the lookout for increased security measures.
I'll go for the furthest one since I'm very slow, or I'll go C then.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
C. What's going on?
Your crowns are safe in my grasp, oh Father. Protect me!
Cephalon fragment? I'm trying to go to C, I guess, yeah.
Looks like heavy activity ahead.
Dude, this gun is like zero recoil.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
I think we're close to C now.
You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data.
Oh, this one's pretty simple.
Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
The gun makes me feel OP. Like, how Vu makes me feel OP. Which is okay. I mean, it's a thing that I got from Tennokan. Loot boxes are here, I think. Oh wait. Oh fuck. Loot box. Soma Court? Isn't this where C was? Oh. Wings of War? If that's extraction. Loot. Oh wait, loot. Oh wait, no, loot boxes. Eh? What is that? Oh, the loot box is... Oh, what? Oh, the things that you guys destroy also counts as loot box. Okay, okay. I think it is see a one for each. See a funny. What's funny? Floating? Eh? I mean, maybe it's like high level stuff. I'm not too sure what's going on other than just floating. Very long aim glide, screw gravity. Oh yeah, so it is high level stuff. Okay. Alright, I'm going to extraction.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Flattery charges my battery. Some people ask where they can send me.
Hey.
Maximus? Few enemy missions. Necromic Vault Guardian? Maybe not. Okay, more Maximus, okay. Iodine treasures for Maru in Maru Bazaar. With radiation damage. Ooh. Claim item for your foundry? Okay.
It's time for Nora to say goodnight.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that I want to change for now. Click what I put in game chat. What is that? Is it like spoiler things? Aero Vantage. Minus 100% gravity while aim gliding. Damage enemies while aim gliding and put up to 5 of them to sleep for 3 seconds. Oh. Capture Mesa Fissure? Expires in 10 minutes. I assume that's like an extra thing that we can do. Yeah. Sky Rush. Yeah, let's do this one.
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grenier.
From Jupiter? Yeah, I haven't been there yet.
Not a number. Did the operator enjoy this witticism?
Yeah, I guess we do... Oh, what is this? Mesa Fissure Capture? Or Capture? I mean, we have 2 Absolute Destroyer here, why not do this one? Oh! Oh! Aventis Prime Blade, Daikyu Prime Grip, Kestrel, Lavos, Venato, Pandaria, Zaku Prime, Yareli Prime. I mean, I don't know any of these, but I'm just gonna do this one because I have 3 of them. Ooh. Yareli Prime Blueprint. Can I upgrade? I can, right? So... More chance for silver. Voruna Prime. Isn't Voruna the one that I really like as well? I can do Radiant, yeah. Equip. Yes. Verona is Wolf Mummy? Yeah, that's the one. I guess this is the only case where I'll unlock map nodes with people. Because this one is like clan thing, that's why I'm doing it. Doesn't mean that I'm enjoying it as much though, to be honest, right? I was hoping it would still be fun.
Intel that somebody vital to enemy operations
I'm
is
number
here.
okay.
Find them and capture them. Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic? You found a fissure. Look out for reactant.
Oh, fish. Oh, it's the same like void relic. Oh, it's a void relic thing.
The reactant is working on your relic. Find more. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. The capture target has vital information that we will need to extract. We need our subject brought back alive. You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors.
No detection of enemy sensors? Yeah, right. There's 10,000 enemy. I always love capture missions. It's so funny. What am I doing? I pressed 4. It did like some JoJo stance thing. Protect baby Tenno. Was hoping it'd still be fun. It kind of is fun, but it's like maybe I have ADHD. I kind of want to like, I want to like go all over the place, not just like focus on one thing. Feels weird. If you notice how I usually stream Warframe, it's just like I go to multiple places. Or like I do the same thing over and over again sometimes. I don't know. I feel pressured when I feel pressured when I'm with like really strong players. Oh, that's a capture target.
Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
We did the void thing. Okay. I guess we could try to find some more loot. Wrapped in 10k overguard. Overguard? Acquired kitty? Oh, isn't that not always your kitty? Nice. Oh, in real life kitty. Okay, nice. I don't know how much the clan thing is gonna do or last.
Your crowns are safe in my grasp, oh Parvos. Protect me!
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I understand space. Maybe the survival farm resources might be faster clan progress. Anything is progress. Then let's do an endless mission then. Yeah, I saw 43k something. I assume that's the overguard thing. Lately? Swift cuts lancing strikes. This is how they're being captured. Purple means overshield. Oh, wait, it's dog. Burning wasps? Chaining combos. Oh, that's for whips. Getting a lot of whip stands here. Oh, dog.
Looks like heavy activity ahead.
That was mega tough. It's a shiny red kobo.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
What? Me when the tenor absorbed me into the hen. Would be a different sound if it's a dragon.
Oh, Tenno! Oh, I'm glad to see you. You gotta get me down from here, me old mucker. You gotta get me down.
Don't have the thing to get them down. Why you trying to fight the character data? Oh.
Oh, I can explain everything. Wait, you're not Corpus. Did Tika send you?
If it was a dragon absorbing me, well, that's way better, right? Right.
Don't hurt me! Oh, wait.
Did we come from here? Oh yeah, we did. Ooh, Daikyu Prime grip? But Voruna Prime though. But this one is like shiny. I'm getting the shiny. I'm getting the golden.
Another job well executed.
I want Voruna, but I want the golden as well. But then it's like only a part. Maybe we can have like a Void Fisher survival or defense would be nice. You farming Wolf Mama? I'm not farming anything right now. I'm still too early on. Also, hi Roland. Mobile defense, exterminate. There's only exterminate, sabotage, and exterminate. Not Fisher. The rare hero chases. The legends were true. Deimos survival. We could do Deimos survival or defense. Do we have Deimos survival? Hi Chip. Hi Chip, friend. Mobile defense, sabotage, necrolisk, capture, exterminate. Oh wait, resource farm normally. Oh, but I don't have survival. Maybe it's like either a terror ram or exequias. Maybe.
Operator, Ordis is sorry. Happy to report that all my good jokes are gone.
It's terror ram. All right, we do one assassination then, and then we go terror ram. Yep.
It was difficult to locate the source vector of this sector's infestation, but you are finally here.
Ooh.
Be wary. The creature has grown unfathomably strong through centuries of absorbing matter and self-replication.
Hi, it's the lovely bee. Kobo is feeling
Contracted you with a mark. You are here to find
okay.
your mark and eliminate its
Okay-ish.
assigned target. Heavy infestation ahead. A juggernaut nearby. It will only attack when it senses high concentrations of infested blood. Slow the fight if you want it to go away.
Spell? What was that scream? What's going on?
That did it. Here comes the juggernaut. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Are you sure a nice dumb thing where sabotage cash can be? What? Heavy unit sounds like me? Or Chip is heavy friend? Something hurt.
Words coming in of so many of you being your best selves. Nora is just beside herself with admiration.
Chip is heavy friend. Up here? Saboteur cache can spawn up here on those missions. Okay. But then the maps are different, but I'll try to remember this place, I guess. How are you enjoying Warframe so far? Feeling alright.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
What's going on? Definitely PvPing you. What? What? Is a laser banned? Oh my god, there's a lot of enemies down there, what the heck? This is nice for my Cronus. Red Crocs work on us too? Red Croc? Barely Croc's blueprint?
millennia-old, Orokin-turned-infested ship lurks a creature created to fight in the Old War. Make your way to its location and dispatch this monster.
Nice.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Multiple targets ahead.
Ew. Oh, is it 2 of them? I'm sorry, but this gun is way too strong. Hell yeah. Head for damage, I guess? Yeah, head for damage. I keep pressing C, I forgot I'm not playing Powered anymore. Somewhere for damage. No. Oh, are you dead? Weird. Oh, at the back? When it does something, it's like glowing red. The inside of that wing, I guess, well, hood thingy. Look at the snoot, is almost adorable. Yeah. Almost. Oh, okay. Yeah, this gun is way too fucking strong. Okay. The 3 of them combined? Whoa. I cannot move. I'm shooting something. Try the other ones, I guess. Oh. Only when they cut, they can deal some damage, I guess. But the other one... Yeah, only when they cut. quick return.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
Peacemaker Regulator is not very good against weak point bosses like Lephantis. The thing we fought was Lephantis, I think, right? Oh wait. Oh, they're both the same. No loot? Oh, hi, Kobo. Oh, maybe there's like a loot room over there. How was rematch? How was your soccer game? Deadlock great. Oh, you were playing Deadlock as well? Nice, I hope it was fun. I decided to kind of drop that Deadlock for a bit because my PC is full. But maybe at some point I'll try out Deadlock, but not these days. Oh, Kobo is doing good. Welcome in everyone. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope stream was amazing. Oh yeah, that was fun. Heck yeah, good to know. Oh, if you need any post-stream care, like get some food, get some rest, get some drink. It's very important. Right? And thanks again for the raid. What? I assume that's a Warframe thing.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
That's a lot of nano spore. A grisly trophy extracted from the corpse of a juggernaut? I didn't even see what a juggernaut is.
The inbox has messages for the operator.
Their actions have consequences. That's all they can say when they're dead? Gosh. None of that around the baby, huh? I mean, I saw there was like a lot of arrows coming down just now. Ooh, wait, this one is really good. Oh, it costs only 4? Holy shit. Juggernaut is a fat, fleshy blob that is entirely too tanky. The 60/60 mods are cheap as fuck. Not at your levels. Oh.
Saddle up.
This one, right? This is survival. Huh? There's a survival in V Prime? V Prime Venus. But I guess we could do like this one first. Terrorem survival. Yeah, Orokin cells, yeah. I assume Orokin cells dropped from normal monster. Well, let's do Terrorem.
When in Cetus, do not drink the kombucha. You are incapable of producing the hydraulic effort required to unstick your tongue from the roof of your mouth the following morning.
If it's a planet resource, drop for mobs. Well, I mean, I guess if it's survival, you guys can go absolutely bonkers. Why not, right? Because survival, it's an endless mission. It's not an exploring mission, so I think it's fine. Bring in a new build. Bring in the tentacles. It's survival. Go ham.
You must provide cover for a lone Tenno operative. Set off the alarms and keep the infested busy.
I always feel stressed out too when like there's like very strong Warframe with me, like very strong Warframe players, and then they cannot do much. It's almost like they have to restrain themselves. It makes me feel extremely stressed out. That's why I hardly want people to like join mapping.
A steady stream of toxic spores is being released into the area.
It's not just like stressed out. It's extremely stressing me out. It's like, what if they're bored to tears? What if they're like, they cannot do anything because of me? I'm baby, and they don't have to show me anything. They have to like look at what they're doing constantly. Those kind of thoughts plague my mind. It's not something that can like, it's not something that I can stop myself from thinking. That's why I've been not having a lot of fun for the past few missions. I don't know how to like explain it. Mischief? Deer sense, I'm getting a bunch of... Oh! They're just getting grabbed. Hi, Jake. Severe lack of necros on the survival mission. Never mind.
Life support incoming.
Oh yeah, we do need life support. What is that? Oh, that's life support. Okay. Both Necro and
I've
Hydroid.
delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
I don't know what that means. I assume that's like what they bring, question mark? I could try on my 4 as well. So I shoot faster and faster?
Life support on the way.
Wait, so like each shot takes a little bit of energy away? I want to read more information. Most key survival frame nowadays is fully. You need to find security bypasses. It's a cone of fire. Oh, hi Jameson. Also, hi Aura. How did I get there?
You found a bypass. Put it in a console to briefly disable security protections.
Psycho Mantis? The thing? This one?
A bypass has been utilized. The operative is moving faster already.
Oh, so we get more loot?
Another life support capsule is now available. Our operative is making progress.
Oh my god, 400 endo? Holy fucking shit.
When you are ready, go to extraction.
I thought it's always with just 100 endo. Maybe this is like a more later in quest. That's why it's 400 per. Can I cut them like this? I'm not shooting anymore? Oh, because I did. F4 is pretty cool. I'm gonna do it again. We're doubling drop. If only can find lost souls that look for them, make them easier to find. Lost souls?
Security
Hi
bypass
Coyote.
initiated.
Welcome Coyote friend. Oh, they are really hard to kill, holy shit. Coyote is doing good. The stream reward is so strong.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
I'm so slow. It's making me slow. How is kobo pew pew? Super strong. Hi Narcs. Ayatman sculpture? Oh, isn't this like a very rare thing? Uh-oh. I don't know where it is though. I kind of just took it. And actually can be traded with Maru for Endo. Yeah, and then you can put more things on and then it will cost more, right? I don't know where I am. Oh my god. I don't know what I'm shooting at. You put stars and increase its value? Yeah. This my life support is still fine. Okay, okay. Raven silver. Oh. That's a shiny.
Bypass utilized. That will speed things up.
Oh, it's a dragon key thingy. I put that out to the DJ. Good morning. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Bangkok.
We will all share in this bounty.
Neo relic? It's a different kind of relic. Oh my goodness. I'm shooting. I'm dealing like KK damage, but then they're not dead. This map is crazy. Oh my god. Oh, Red Talk is doing good. I should probably just run. Oh my god, holy fucking shit, look. What is that icon? I mean, that icon is how I found the Ayatan sculpture, no? Oh wait, I think that icon is the default icon, question mark? Probably shouldn't go too far ahead, no? I think sculptures have been marked by teammates, they're not marked by default? Oh. I got one Orokin cell. Vehicle? Psycho Mantis? Oh, nice damage. Is that the weak one? What's the weak one of these guys? I'm shooting at the butt. Accelerated deflection. Robotic? Oh. Riven Silver is not the one that will deteriorate within half an hour, right? Not that thing. No, that's Aragon crystals? Okay, okay. I'm glad that's different. Level 40? Holy shit. Oh, I didn't know that thing slows me down. Thanks, Michelle. Because cheap amazing. I'm finally feeling a little bit less stressed out now. I feel slightly okay now. Plot C only on this mission. Plot C? Location C? Comfy, cozy, and in pain, taking fiber roll. Is that the glowing head? Is the liquid? Is it the glowing head? It might be actually. What? I don't know, I'm shooting, but I'm shooting. Punch through. I got my own plushie? Heck yeah. It's a bad idea, right? Yeah, I was too late. I shouldn't be doing that. Obviously, the weapon rank up is a lot slower. I guess it's different when it's different when it's void fishes, because in void fishes one mission can get all my weapons to like level 30, which is like extremely crazy. Fish are extra boosters. Ah, alright, when you open up one relic, it just gives a little bit booster. Forgot.
Look what our teleoperative just found. They could
Holy
not get us without
400. I found Orokin Cell. Fireflies recast my 4 for the entire mission. Is this track 24? The tentacles and figures. Cool extra loot out the tentacles. Affinity range. Affinity increment XP and teammates share the affinity with each other at certain rates as usual. You can see if you have the 3 circle dots next to your health. Oh. So when the 3 of us is closer together, we get more XP? Oh, okay. The share XP of the kills or percentage of it? I have no kills. I can't kill anything right now. They're like way too high level. Weird. That thing is unkillable. My Halfu is getting more XP. Well, I'm not using Halfu at all. Shooting its ass.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Cronus 29? Yeah, we almost can fist now. Once Cronus get to level 30, I'm chucking away and I'm using a fist and kick. I want to punch kick everything. Atlas. I have Opex ready. I have Kokage maxed out. Purex maxed out. I need more. I want more fist weapon. And I think recently I got a new stance for the fist for the fist fan weapon. Is the punch kick fan? Oh, but I want chroma because dragon. And I've been told if I keep doing the main missions, I'm gonna get chroma at some point. So, yeah. Shatter Shield level 2. I tried. You are aiding apart from impassive. Finnegan is amazing. I mean, they don't have guns, so it's easier to deal with them. I don't care. Long sword and dual short blade. Oh yeah. Chroma? Yeah, chroma. Dragon friend. It's not as dragon, but hopefully there are some cosmetics that can make it even more dragon. Okay, knife is 30. Knife 30. Wolf I forgot the attack at them. I'm doing it now. Because I'm okay, hopefully that's the right name. Dragon for chroma, nice. High bucket. Okay, doing it. Oh shit. Oh shit. How do I help? I'm helping. I cannot do any damage, but I can.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
What the hell is that? Nutella's unlock V? I'm already getting things that's not off my level. Uh-oh. Am I doing it? Is this reviving? Oh. What? guess we get one more drop and then we can leave. This is getting a little bit out of hand. Bucket! How do I... Is it not enter? Oh fuck. Why is it Y? No. T or T? Yeah, I know how to talk. Peacemaker level 2. We get one more Lotus drop and then we extract. Warframe hiatus, latest update, but you can still end me if you want. Definitely. I don't know how much this is gonna progress with the clan thing. Wait till at least 40 minutes for the tier 3 reward. How much minute? Oh yeah, one more should be 40 minutes, right? If I break my invisibility, I'm so gonna die. Do you intend to get Chroma Prime, or would you be satisfied enough with the default version? If I can get Prime, it's nice, but with my current situation, Chroma should be more than satisfied. Dog? I need my dog. What happened? Do you want to earn Chroma, or does your Kobo brain just want to get it as fast as possible? I do want to earn Chroma. I hear that I can get it from like normal quest progression, so it should be fine. Octavia Neurotics. Oh, that's like a Warframe thingy? Oh fuck. Where's the extraction? I'm so scared. Ow, what killed me? I can revive if it's too dangerous here. I feel like it's too dangerous. I'm gonna revive actually. Oh. Oh no. What is this? Oh, can I move? Oh, was I able to move when I was down? Oh, it's over there. broke my invisibility and I died instantly. You can crawl and down, you can shoot a secondary when you've been joining a few missions. I'm not too sure what mission am I gonna do next. I'll see.
Another job well executed.
How's the clan progress? I think today, I mean, I'm already joined with people, so I think might as well just do a few like endless missions. Why not? But then I already have Zeal and Solar here. One more bucket. I don't mind adding bucket. Might as well just do some endless mission and farm for some like relics, so that next time I can farm for more things. That was 25%? The clan thing is crazy! Alright, I don't want Cronus anymore. I want my OPEX. Alright. No. No, not incubator. I can join 10 minutes or so in game chat. Oh my god. Okay. Whoa. So many things. Wait. Chroma Prime. I mean, I invalid link because I'm still baby. I cannot look at like any Warframe.
Ordis keeps a tidy ship and is therefore reluctant to allow animals on board.
Fuck, what am I trying to do again? I cannot. It says invalid. Because he have funny Russian girls running major game servers, or but is it 4? I think 4 people is max, right? Question mark.
Ready to kick.
Bottom.
Any of y'all see the feeds light up? It's going down, kids.
I have to, yeah, the brutal tide. Roundhouse attack with leaping fist. No, if you're in raids, what? Nice. Okay, we have mega. It's time for mega feast. I don't know if I'm the host. I would do one more. Yeah, I have some relic. Do we have Void Fisher missions? I'm over the place. I feel overwhelmed. We have survival live fisher. Do you guys want to do this survival corpus thingy? Let's invite Bucket then. Are you okay? Okay. Put it. Invite. Okay, we have OPEX. Oh yeah, I want to max rank this, so I'm using my shit gun. But I don't have any like. It's okay, you don't need to show me the dragon frame. It's fine. I can like there's yeah, I'm already seeing it a lot. It's fine. Like before me coming to Warframe, I've been shown like Voruna, chroma or like anything that's like close to being a dragon, or like just the cosmetics as well. It's fine, it's fine. Alright, which one I can yeet? I'm yeeting Sestra. Did this one suck? Yeah. Condition card, you're getting rewards too? Wait. Oh, Kraken? Oh, I already mastered this one. Oh no, wait, I don't have any more. Inbox the communications. Oh, wait. Just a second. Just a second. I'm trying to find the weapons that I want to use. Anything that I can use here? Oh, I just purchased this one? Sure. Okay, nice. We have unranked Obex, unranked Lex, and level 5 shit gun. Very nice. Seeker punch through. I already turned. I was not there when she said that. Just get client. I thought I already disabled gifting. This one. 2.3-second reload? How much does this add? Ooh, I kinda like it. Okay, I'm just gonna like put whatever I want. Okay. Let me catch up with chat. What's and the survival? Okay, some of this work. Communication. Well, what's what I was using last mission? Huh? I don't know. No, it's okay, Chip. It's fine. I'm finishing it. I already turned it off, I think. I think it's a fun gun for most people. Spring hand cannon. Okay, so I'm checking. Oh, clan. I'm a high schooler. I can get Kurwa? It's preferring Hydroid, Tentacle Swarm, Animal, Enemy held by Tentacle 100% chance at additional draw. Oh, okay. Inbox. Oh, yeah, I mean, I probably have it disabled, so that's why I'm not seeing it here. I'm sorry, Chip. Okay, wait. What was the... wait. I'm all over the place. I'm already... oh, fuck. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Ability strength? Oh, we're doing void Fisher thing, right? Yeah, right, of course. Oh, I feel like this one is really good, but maybe not. Maybe not upgrade first. I don't know. Oh, this one is really good. I don't really care about this gun, honestly. So, but this one is 35 still. Energy max, ability strength. I assume the golden one is like really good. Energy max sounds good, no? I didn't know you didn't want any gifts. Yeah, I still wasn't. I still don't feel comfortable enough to accept gifts because I don't know how long I'll be playing this. That's why, and I don't want people to like waste money on me. And I'm afraid that when people give me things and that I don't use it, that I would feel bad. I don't want that. That's why. Health and armor. Whoa. Hi, Punky. I'll be honest. If you get too much overpowered goodies, the freshness of this game becomes stale. I totally agree. Yeah. I usually give to every baby 10 now. Run the chance how come we still baby 10? I'm still baby. So we play with the limitations. Yeah. So I get baby 10 slots, but that's all I tend to give. Gifting slots is legit. I got this one. And let's go do the thing first. I feel overwhelmed. Do the survival thing first. Wolves and Roombas are also normally okay, but can be sorry in a few cases. Oh.
I make exceptions for the exceptional.
I have to get ready for work and stuff. Have fun. Thank you, Chip. And good luck with work.
It's time for Nora to say goodnight.
This one. Okay, I have some relic. Cool. I already have Quassus Prime. Compressor Prime. Caliban Prime. Styarnex. I'm gonna upgrade this one. I mean, I still have 100 left. And I think doing Void Fissure mission will give a lot of void traces, I think. Okay. Live on Necrons? Nobody's not to die. I won't let it happen. I probably will, question mark. I will break the mold and still die, I think.
Keep the enemy busy while a fellow tunnel operative raids the ship for supplies. Ready? Trigger the alarm. Void Fissures. You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury? Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support. We're near a fissure. Fallen enemies will drop crucial life support. Be on the lookout. They're dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic. Keep fighting. Look for more reactant.
Oh, I'm the best. Was I breakdancing? What am I doing?
Life support incoming.
There's no C combo? Oh, there's no C combo, okay.
Bypass activated. Our operative is working double time. I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Ability range and ability
That's it.
strength?
You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
I guess I can give some power. I didn't know these things are really strong as well.
The operative is moving faster already. Tenno, prepare for life support.
Hey, enemy? Who's enemy? Wait, are you not enemy?
Additional life support has arrived. Our operative is making progress. This will help our cause. Extraction is available if you need it.
Holy shit, it's a little slow there, I thought. To forma Axomati Thruma Prime stock? I'm getting the things I don't have yet. Oh, I got this one. I'm just gonna equip for mission.
Security bypass initiated.
I have army. Oh, that was your army? Oh my god, what the fuck is going on here? Holy shit. Hmm? What am I hacking into? That's my bit there. Second weapon is increased damage and unlimited ammo.
Your relic is opened.
Wow, that does feel pretty painful. Why this is pretty painful though?
A bypass has lowered security barriers, slowing our operative.
Oh, hey Joker.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Ooh, Garuda Prime? That looks really cool. Vaulted? Gyre Prime? I'll upgrade this one as well. Okay.
Your crowns are safe in my grasp, oh fathers. Protect me!
Where are we? Where am I? Oh wait, I'm already at extraction? No, I don't wanna. I assume that's 4. I don't know what doing that does, but I'm doing it. No, this one doesn't work. Oh. Revive an ally. Wait, what?
Bypass activated.
Weapon increased damage and unlimited ammo? Oh
The
no.
relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Was I able to come in here before? Taking the 4 consoles in the zone disables the reactor in the center so they can go inside into the small stash of boxes at the bottom. Oh, I guess someone took it. Staves. Lifting strikes and whirlwind combos. Ooh. Oh, that's like for my ball.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
Rifle? They all look the same to me. Nagantaka? Oh look, I'm joining. Oh, I don't have this anymore. Mine isn't in rotation anymore.
Our operative has just been aided by a security bypass.
I don't know who's friend, who's enemy already. I'll just punch everything to victory. Are they enjoying new ways to spare out timer for loot now? There is like... Oh, what's going on? There is like the thing that I can grab and then put into the thing to make it faster, I think. It's the best way I could explain. I don't know what it is. Are you back? You are back. Expel Corpus? For pistol? Spectre? You say that something like this exists already been hacking? Combustion beam. Enemies killed explode dealing 100 damage. Ooh. Grandpa? Oh, is it in real life stuff? Uh-oh. Do we need to extract? If it's like urgent, we can just extract immediately.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
Oh. Uh-oh. I get everyone getting Garuda. I can't say his friend. Holy fuck, what's going on? Oh, is it the 2 golden? I don't know if it's like a in real life grandpa or something. I'm a little bit worried. Somewhere they drop, it's something we need for both. I mean, getting that blueprint is nice, but then it's like I need all the other chases, the new optics and everything to craft the frame. It's a little bit but hey, it's a free game, can't complain much. I'm punching them. But wait, there's a thing that's like the content that Grandpa is from. They also spawn in missions sometimes. Oh, I thought it's in real life Grandpa or something. I'm so sorry. I was worried it's like, oh, you might need to go immediately, and then we can just extract immediately. They're not so bad of a grind, just outside I have to choose the goodies I can only get for one. Right? Not a big fan, but yeah, again, free game. Free game.
Well done,
Where's...
Your relic is opened.
Where's... I'm not sure if I can something about it though. It's not that thing? Where's... Zero? I cannot find... Oh. What is that? I don't know what that is. I don't know what's going on. On the floor. I don't trust this. Okay. What's going on? What is that thing keep going away? Can you imagine 4 pieces you need drones and you're the hot mess and need all of them? We all need all of them. We need more. Also, I don't know what you guys are on about. I'm just gonna punch. That's you. Pick up Thermian RPG? What? Rapier? Swift cuts, lancing strikes. Have fun with what? I am having fun punching.
its bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Whoa! Wait, that's what it does? IQ Prime. Bonus? Hammer? Ooh. I want hammer. I already have almost all of them. Try to keep kobo boom. Bonus is X, not hammer. They say big hammer though. I got the boom, but I don't know why my character threw it away just now. This thing? 5 million doesn't kill. Huh. I guess they have way more than 5 million health. Gaia's Trinity. Slow, powerful strikes. Ooh, more fist stands? Okay. I don't know where I am, but I'm kicking my way to victory, I guess. Is this extraction? Oh. Oh wait, is that extraction? I went too far. I think it was here. Yeah, I see Solar's name. Primate didn't kill, that's because it hit the nullifier bubble. Oh, the Eximus bubble thingy? The blue bubble thingy? Oh. Second weapon.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Getting a little stances here. I'm following bucket. You forgo? It's okay. I please use no energy and cast faster. Like this, and then I can just... I'm actually doing nothing. I'm not shooting. I don't know why I'm not shooting. I'll try to follow names so that I don't go too far away and then die and then cause 10,000 trouble.
our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
Dual Zo... I need Dual Zoren, no? I'm getting Dual Zoren. I think I have a Dual Zoren blueprint. Transmesa Prime? I'm almost out of relics, that's crazy. Never trouble, always don't follow Zeus going on adventures? Oh, I mean, I'm trying to not die. Am I not doing any damage at this time? Uh-oh. Did I mess up? Wait, they're not doing anything. I'm not shooting. That's an enemy. Oh wait, that's steel. Oh my god, I can never get used to the red health bar from friends. If I can try to get a chance to instantly get roasted. That's why I feel like getting health mods is just kind of second weapon.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
I love invisibility in times like this. Oh my god, I could have killed him. So that's what it does. If it's not full, sure, yeah. So now I said boom from stranger. I'm saying I'm not to outside boom. Or you bring my own. $20 more enemy with radiation damage. Oh. I need water.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
Oh hey, we got Hornet Strike. Ooh, this one looks cool though. Larkspur Prime? One, two, three, four, five, six. I have 6 relics left. Oh, this one is already exceptional? Sure, yeah. Secondary deal red critical hits. My peacemaker is secondary? Getting a lot of same mods, huh? Find 1k mods? Reflex guard.
Collected enough reactors to open your work.
Are these enemies? Oh, they are enemies. The other reason they most of them was slower experience on the true versus like this one. Oh. so it scales with people. I guess you don't attack someone who's point blank at you. This one is like after 40 minutes. After 40 minutes, it still feels manageable. I guess it's because it's like a lower level area. Reaping Spiral. That's a new stance I never see before, I think.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
Ooh, I already have Quasar's Prime. Burston? I don't like Burston. I'm taking this one. Pro T Prime Blueprint? Pro T Prime Blueprint. Pro T. This is Perigale Prime Receiver. Truma Prime Barrel. I'm just gonna get this one. How much? 9? Oh, I don't get more Void Traces? State to 50, free relic. Okay. I still can sort of kill them with my fist and stuff, so this is fine. It's not like that infested just now that is straight out unkillable. Getting a little bit out of hand towards the end. Okay, this thing is unkillable. I take it back, I cannot kill anything. Hi Zuri. Slash has effect 1% life leech on all hits. Ooh. Count me in. Did I do that? Weird. Tom 3 is doing good, I'm stuck. shooting them. Oh my goodness, thanks for the 80 stream streak, thank you. Wait, there was like a check going on in my game. I haven't been. Oh, nice.
You have collected enough reactions.
Stuck a kill for a relative visit. Aww. I hope it wasn't. I hope it wasn't bad. Long drive, or we try to rest. We get some good rest. Long drive is not fun. Am I doing it? Oh my god. That was my entire energy bar. And I couldn't kill whatever that I couldn't kill just now.
the more successful we will be.
50 minutes, right? Outer Nox? I think I have an Outer Nox gun, no? I think this one. Not this Prime Systems. Really? Focusing more and more recognition and rebooting, they also play Warfire. I assume so. I mean, it is my own community that recommended me to play Warfare. And then finally I'm here. Even my heavy hit don't do anything against this thing. Is it getting out of 10? Or you guys are like, or are you guys still breezing through? It feels like you guys are still fine. My Allback is already max level. Nice. Max 28, Golden 29. Dude, chill. You level everything. I'm terrified of Jade spawning and taking away my beautiful shield. Jade? Oh, like the green Eximus? I'll try to stay in place when that happens. Rifle mastery? Okay, rifle Gorgon level 30, Obex level 30, Lex level 29 I think. Yeah, Lex 29. Including bonus? Oh no, everything is max rank. Okay, I forgot about bonus. On the bottom right it says 29, but on tap it's already max rank. Don't know if I'm doing any damage. Hi banana. Oh?
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
Nautilus Prime Breton. 4 of us? Get this one then. Oh, Mama Dragon, hello. Night ears? Yeah. Jokey bought that one for me. Leave time? Okay.
Life support has been replenished.
So quick. I'm coming, I'm coming. Oh god, oh god. Okay, I'm here. Oh, Mama Dragon doing good.
Excellent work, Tenno.
Oh, Banana is doing good as well. Wow, I didn't know. I'm almost out of relics. I didn't think that's possible.
Well, it's early where Nora is. What's on your mind, dreamers?
Oh, I got this one.
Let's check what's next.
Location that drop relics? That one didn't drop as much relic, no? Okay, let's do another gun. Yeah, let's do this one. Good night, night, bucket. Thanks for helping. Relaxing in hot water. Nice. Have to go to bed. It was fun. Thanks for helping. I hope it wasn't too boring. Like my small missions. Oh, I just need one more legs. And then I can have double legs. I can buy one more legs, right?
Operator, were you visualizing a bloody battle?
Me too.
Me too. Can I not? Need to craft it? But I just bought it just now. Okay, vault done. Clan vault. Go check if yours is done. Okay. Communication clan. I'm at 50, about 55% maybe. I got 7,000 kurva. Right hand side of the front of your ship. Go market. Lexus buy. Lex. No, what? Counting a resource booster?
If I may say, Operator, your chosen warframe suits you.
Omni format is pretty valuable, so you should do more resource farming to get you there if you're okay with that. I mean, might as well. We could do another an endless quest. We could, yeah. Also, hi, exploding raccoon. I fucked up my sleep schedule. Stay out until the normal sleep schedule. Oh god. And good luck with that. Heck yeah. I don't know if I can help. Invite? Okay. Give me a second. Thanks for the 3 stream streak, raccoon. Exploding raccoon. Multiple rockets at once? Argon crystal. Oh. What is that sound? Hiko. Oh, I could make Hiko. Any secondary gun that I can just buy immediately? Maybe I could just go to the market and see. We don't need to make more Kraken. Choice blueprint. Your fresh is max rank, that's definitely getting all the resources. Yeah. VTSG run failed? What's VTSG? Oh no. Narix is here, right? I don't know what that sound was. No, market. Oh, if it's like a blueprint, it shows this. Okay. Items without blueprint. Height mastered. It's you 22 pumpkin. I must go. Toodles. Okay, thanks for helping. I don't have both T5s on it. Oh, stickers. Okay, let's make this one. Oh, fuck. Okay, we found stickers that we can use immediately. Get out of here. Exit on a cover dragon. A temple. Nice, okay. And then melee weapon, I'm probably gonna need one as well though. Give me a second, I'm trying to max out everything as much as possible. All bags. Kokage. I mean they're both fist weapons. This one is 4, this one is 2. I'm throwing Kokage away. Okay, I need market. I need to buy a thing that doesn't need blueprints. Shuffle blood. Hi. How does this combo bypass the height requirements to pilot a Warframe? Crimes? That sounds about right. Crime. Only the one with platinum don't need blueprint. Redeemer. Scanner. Sibe. Oh, everything needs blueprint. MK was there pre-build? Lex Nato Ekelato? They are bought pre-build. But my MK well, not MK1, but my bow is already like max rank. Is MK1 bow and normal bow different, or is it the same? Hi Roxas. Nami solo? I could try to get more different weapon. Okay. Same weapon, but it's considered variant. It's different with the bow. Okay. That's nice. Let me just try to get that mastery rank to 3. Okay. Change out OPEC. Use this one. I think I just got a bunch of stance mounts for this. Ooh, Fish's Frost. Yeah, this one is really good. Wait, I already have it. Flailing Branch, Lifting Strikes, and Whirlwind Combo. Give me that. Can I upgrade Fish's Force? Fish's Frost? Oh, that's so good. Yeah. Oh, they're all... Oh, that's not enough. Weird. Only north wind? More cold? I guess I'm doing mega cold. Maybe getting reach is way better here, I feel like. I like reach. Nice. Okay, Hornet. Seeker. Punch through? And heated charge. I think that's good enough. And then Paris. Oh, that one counts. Crit chance. Oh my god. Quick shot 75. Charge shot also 75. Don't I have like a crit damage one? Oh, this one, Vital Sense. Not enough capacity though. Serration and there's no reload for bow, I think. There's no reload for Paris. Nay. And about serration a bit. Oh. R-tax? What's R-tax? It's fine. Okay, I'm ready. What kind of endless mission should we do? We are 3 people. 4 people is better for the Void Fisher. I guess we're not gonna do that. What would be the best? What resources do you need? I mean, I could always get more Orokin cells. Yeah. We could do the survival in Terra Ram again. Which I hope I'm not gonna die. Yeah. But we are 3 people. 3 people should be fine. Should be fine. Tell them. You're a Mesa? Just press 4. I try. Hold mouse 1. They don't die. I'm like they all so hard to kill.
No, you are a good girl.
Oh, so strong enough? I don't know how to get stronger. I heard 3 people, the monster spawn rate is gonna be lower, no? I'm here now. If you shoot the glowy spots, you will do damage. Kobo didn't mod peacemakers. I did. And Kobo modded the peacemaker. Kitty?
You must provide cover for a lone Tenno operative. Set off the alarms and keep the infested
dragon.
busy.
Nice dragon. The absolute monster gift from all the meta mods. I will figure them out. It's okay. Uh-oh. Kitty? Oh wait, I'm out of the scanner thing. The fierce kitty. I did it.
A steady stream of toxic spores is being released into the area. Hold on. Emergency life support is inbound.
I can chill for now. It's only the first wave. Here's the thing. Neutral fusing. Oh. Oh. Okay, block combo is different.
Life support on the way.
I forgot how good Boar is.
I delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Oh my god. That is truly a tree burst of all time, holy shit. Same in a bedroom like this one in front of me, then hallway start. Buddy. Did I just do 6.2 million?
Get ready for a capsule.
I just did? How the fuck?
I've delivered another life support capsule.
So I didn't, because I only did the damage because your ability. I was like, there's no way I did 1,000,000 damage. I can hardly do 1k.
Another life support capsule is now available.
Do my arrows have punch through? Oh yeah, I think it did. I think it does. Most was a punch through body? Okay.
The raid is off to a successful start.
I did 1,000,000? No way! How?
Go to extraction.
Hi, Star. I did 346k. What the fuck? Hope Star is doing good. Put Star on the plate and spritzes with salt and pepper. Gee, no. No plucking people on Twitch. Only dragon only dragon can pluck kobo. Oh. Five burst shots. Avali equals food. Oh, Star is Avali? Avali is pretty adorable. And Kobo thinks Avali is very friendly. Oh my goodness. hear the Amariko's food joke too often. I'm not food. Oh. Rank 10 any ball weapon? That's my first ball. I kinda wanna go toilet for a little bit. I suddenly have an urge. Person showing that show what Naric's bring the interest. I hope that helps. You slime dog. I don't know what happened. I drank her damage.
Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you.
Oh, we're getting relics here, nice. Kobo Commissioner do damage. I mean, I'm 53 hours in, so it's not my damage. Then you lie to me. Oh, I got you. Am I reviving? I've been lied to. I'm gonna hide. I'll be fine. Alright. I'll be right back. I'll be right back real quick. Alright. Give me a second. I'm just gonna boom. And then I'll be right back. Alright. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll just stay here in the middle so that you guys can protect me. Yeah. I might drink a little bit too much water. I'll be right back. In chat. I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. I have badminton tonight, or I have good minton tonight, which will happen in about an hour from now. Oh my god. I forgot. How long have we been doing this? 14 minutes. We can keep going. Get rock C and B. We did at 20 minutes. How many want to go? Time. Let's see. 5:46. Do you guys okay with 30 minutes? Like 30 minutes and then we did. Is that okay? Anything? Oh! My dog. You the DPS this mission, take the wheel? No! What do you mean I'm the DPS? I'm still not over that you lied to me.
We will all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can.
And maybe I don't like being called food. I will respect. I respect that. Oh. Alright, chat. Star doesn't like being called food. Alright. Be nice. Be nice. What the hecky? I keep getting... Am I doing it? Am I the DPS now? How am I DPS in with my baby damage? I can hardly kill them. Too far forward. That's why the spawn goes slow? Oh, okay. Let me go backwards then. I didn't know that's a thing. I'm really trying to stop. Too many food jokes at times. Our bodies are soft. Our bodies are very soft. Our bodies are very friendly. Oh, did I mess up the spawn? I probably did.
The longer you fight, the more successful it'll be.
Oh, those are the weak spot, like the pink glowy thing. That's what they are. I was like, the enemy looks very different this run. I thought it's like some sort of a different modifier going on. I heard green's really bad, right? Green's very bad. Huh? Finally, break different games are nice for very, but you can try out for a bit and see it catches attention enough to stay around. Yeah. I feel like if you want, it's always nice to try out some games that if you want to migrate. changing my aim button to C changed my mind. It feels so good. Those dragons float past you? It's okay, I'm not irradiated. I can shoot lyrics, it's okay. Non-crafting time maintenance slow down prevent doing now. Yeah, currently I have 24 and 12 hours, some of them.
The longer you fight, the more successful we will be.
I do get the frustration. I get frustrated at crafting times at first as well. But then after a while I feel like, oh yeah, no, it's actually okay to have like the crafting time to me personally. Because it's like, oh, I can do some of the things, or I can just like stop playing for a bit and relax and play other games. And then come back once the things are like finished crafting. I was like, oh yeah, that's okay. Yeah? That feels alright in my book. Oh. My question is paying to send. I'm just sitting and watch. Oh, I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. Having no limit on how much you can have in your foundry is a big part of it. Honestly, yeah. I feel okay with that. Wait. Honestly, playing this game, I'm loving this game because of the melee. Like, melee feels good, and it just like pulled me in. I would go in melee now, but it's a little bit spicy. And also the big optimization is that I can play the game normally, or like I can play the game with pretty high graphical fidelity. Disney was just a vibe and pew pew with no door. That sounds nice. Yeah. This one, I don't know if I have a goal yet, so it kind of feels the same to me. Question mark? Kind of. So I mean, obviously there's like main story and stuff, but I'm not really like rushing to go through them. A little bit maybe because of chroma. Now when you get the dragon, but it's a small thing. Hasn't hit the big story quest yet. Once that happens, I'm sure she'll start wanting more. Maybe? I'm usually not too big on story stuff when it comes to games. Usually. Hi, Lex. Hi, Scooter. Do you still want to head out at 30? Yeah. Oh yeah, we could head out now. It's almost 30.
Hold out as long as you can.
Right, here we go. All the big mega leads. Holy shit. Kill them.
Another job well executed.
Any ball weapon level 30? Nice, everything's max rank. That was 6、7、8. I assume that's 8 Orokin cells? I got 5 and I got 3 random. Rank 2 in the weekly what? About 60% plus, I guess. Still needs a lot more. It's crazy. I haven't hit 75% yet. Maybe it's because I didn't kill as much. And it's you guys doing all the things. Like Dragoon. Sicarus is max as well. I can use MK1 Kunai as well, since it's different.
Ordis wonders, why is he here? Otis supposes everyone has to be somewhere.
You might have lost a bit when you were AFK.
How the Tenno arm
I don't think it's Q based. True despawning, but still. Aw. It's okay, no big deal. Can I buy weapon slots? Can I use my platinum? 2 for 12? mean, I don't need Paris. Weapon slots is good use of platinum as is frame slots. Okay, fine. I'll buy 2 of them. No, not that much. Alright, that's 2. Holy shit. I used a premium currency. Okay, now MK1 bow is already like 2 more via Night Wave. So far, no? Question mark? Atarax? Oh, is this whip? Are you a whip? Argon crystal. God damn it. Boltiz. Ooh, I like this one. Cronin? Oh, it needs Boltor? Cronin? Whoa, Cronin. Art. God, Argon crystal. I hate it. Tibedo. Kunai Bo. Kunai Bo. And I can make it. Kunai and Bo. Oh. Teko? Ooh, wait, that looks so good. Ankyros? Wait, I had Ankyros, but I threw it away. Oh. I have to build it again. Fuck. Ooh. Oh my god, the prime things all need Orokin Cell. Holy shit. Can I eat dual scanner? It's already dual scanner. I don't think I need any. I don't think it's needed to craft anything. I'll use the bonk for now then. Think it's used, but it is. Man, thanks for headpit. Oh, I have MK1 Kunai. Ajagara. I guess it's not here yet. Pistols? Oh. It needs AK bolt hole? How many weapon slots would I need? Holy shit. Okay, here's the plan. I am going to buy 2 more weapon slots. Alright. This is so Okay, 1 more. Boom. And what we're gonna do, I'm gonna throw away MK1 bow, and I'm going to make bow and kunai, so that I can make whatever the Tipedo is, right? Okay, we keep MK1 kunai, sell MK1 bow. And then we need kunai. And then to make a bow. Okay, and then we're gonna go make them. And then tomorrow we can make Tipedo. Are you kidding me? Bow needs Orokin Cell? Walao, you stinky. Fuck. Like, kunai use Morphix, that's way better. Holy fucking shit, Bow needs Orokin Cell is diabolical. Okay, we're making Ankylos, which is for another weapon as well. But yeah, for now, I'll stop here because I have badminton tonight. Or goodminton, so. Total amount of resources you've collected in the mission. Oh. A boar, not a boar. Like in English. Yeah, boar and bow. You're welcome. How much relics do I have? We got... Ooh, we got quite a bit of relics back. I guess maybe tonight I can go mapping some more off stream. Dope. I cannot pet the dog while it's inside. 341 weapons in my inventory right now, 4 spare slots. Okay. I have a sudden urge of hating this game now. I have a sudden urge to hate this game. Alright, anyway. I need some music. Oh, I was listening to Tekken Tag Tournament music. Boop. 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 Tekken Shop? Is this the one that I'm looking for? I don't know. No, it's not this one. I think it's this name, Shamak? Oh, Be Stylish, yeah. Yeah. I forgot to do this. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Star. I have 541 weapons and 11 spare slots. Holy fucking shit. Jay, no. Star doesn't like the food joke. Because I just got rid of a few Dex duplicates and things. Dex duplicate? Is there a point where you just keep a copy of everything mostly? I'm gonna raid. Raid. Uh, Johnny. John. I'm gonna raid Johnny. Hell yeah, I'm raiding Johnny again. Oh my god. Oh, Johnny's playing Path of Exile 2. And Path of Exile 2 might be the game that I want to play in the future as well, because once it's free, right? Path of Exile 2 has dragons in it. Your computer will die? Obviously. Obviously. Even Path of Exile 1 is almost killing my PC. No. Yeah, there's a wyvern. You can play as a wyvern. That made me like the game. I saw Johnny play as a wyvern before, but now Johnny's a werewolf. It's coming out? Nah, I don't know when it's coming out. I have no idea. I'm just seeing Johnny playing Path of Exile 2. Technically, Druid shapeshifting as a wyvern, but you don't turn back, right? I mean, it to me it looks like you can just stay in wyvern for as long as you want until you turn back. 360 LE wyvern doing a projectile vomit. I mean, whatever the wyvern does, I love him. Haven't played for four season. I haven't. If you ever get killed, you turn back. Path of Exile? Question mark? Oh, killed, you turn back. Oh, wait, they have a Nexus in the game? Yeah. They have a hacking Nexus wyvern in the game. But currently, I'm not seeing Johnny playing as a wyvern, so that's why I'm kind of interested in Path of Exile 2. Albeit a lot of people are saying that Path of Exile 2 sucks. You know, it's slower. It's a lot of people are saying that it's slower. It's a little bit less fun than the Path of Exile 1. I mean, those are just, I don't know. I don't care what they say. There's dragons in the game. It's only 10 times better than the first game. So, yeah. I'm just gonna plug my Discord now. I'm gonna do a speed plug because I'm already too late. I have coffee. Coffee nice. Coffee good. Coffee helps. And I'll let Bernie talk about it as well. Hey Bernie, tell them Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow. Thank you, Bernie. Slow is the point of it? I mean, if that's the point, then people are complaining. If people are complaining that Power Exile 2 is slower, then they're dumb. I mean, not that. Oh my god, Bricky. Not that I mind. I mean, I don't really care what people say when there's a dragon in the game. It's already 10 times better. I'm a simple boat. If there's a dragon in the game, I like it. No, the weapon, but Bricky. Bricky the break up the brick. Oh yeah, there's the Discord. I don't even need to plug anymore. Look, it's my Discord link. I have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. And there's also Dragon Simping Corner because I love dragons a lot. Discord. I love dragons. And the raid message, because we're raiding Johnny. I mean, honestly, whoever we raid, I'm just gonna ask for uppies because I love uppies. Yeah, let me type in the raid to Johnny. Okay. I typed in raid. I'm probably gonna do a speed raid here because I'm already late. So before the raid, Combo wants to say, Thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Johnny Shiny Dragon. Oh my god. Yeah. All the loving uppies. Grave Goodminton, thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Thanks for helping whoever whoever joined Solar Bucket, Zeal, and Narix. Thank you. I know at first I wasn't really enjoying the game as much, right? Because I was kind of like a little bit bummed out because I was really stressed out. I was really stressed out when my fear of you guys playing it very like you guys are having a really bored time. You got in your own head a little, I think, and then relax. Yeah, it was after that survival mission, and then it's like, and then it's like, yeah, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. When you remember that we're your friends and we play to share time with you. Yeah, I know. I tend to get like easily really stressed out when I'm playing with people. But then I need to realize that I'm playing with friends, not just with people. Right? It's very different. It's very different. I need to learn. I'll see you guys maybe on Wednesday. Take care everyone. Bye bye.